Tonight, I want you to consider something very quiet. What if life is already simple, and it is only the mind that makes it complicated? As you lie there now, perhaps your thoughts are moving in circles, replaying conversations, rewriting situations, imagining outcomes. The mind loves complexity. It believes that if it thinks long enough, analyzes deeply enough, prepares thoroughly enough, it will finally feel safe. But notice something gently. Your body is already lying down. Your breath is already moving. The night has already arrived. Nothing here is complicated. Take a slow breath in and let it out softly. Feel how natural that was. No strategy required, no calculation. In Buddhism, there is a teaching so simple that the mind often overlooks it. Suffering increases when we add stories to what is already happening. The event happens once. The mind repeats it 100 times. The body feels tired once. The mind worries about it endlessly. So tonight, we will explore stories about people who believed life was complicated until they discovered that simplicity had been there all along. Let your shoulders soften. Let your jaw relax. Let your breathing settle into its own rhythm. You do not need to untangle everything tonight. You only need to rest. We begin with a story about a farmer who tried to predict every season until he learned to simply work the soil beneath his feet. Story 1. The Farmer Who Feared Every Season. In a wide valley surrounded by distant hills, there lived a farmer named Rayan. Rayan was diligent. He woke before sunrise. He walked his fields carefully. He studied the sky every morning, searching for signs, cloud patterns, wind direction, humidity in the air. He read books about climate cycles. He listened to traveling merchants talk about weather in distant towns. He tried to anticipate every possible change. If rain seemed likely, he worried about flooding. If the sky remained clear, he worried about drought. If the wind shifted suddenly, he worried about storms. There was always something to fear. Even in good weather, his mind searched for hidden danger. What if next year is worse? What if this harvest fails? What if I lose everything? The soil beneath his feet was rich. The crops were healthy, but he rarely enjoyed them. He was always bracing for the next disaster. Perhaps you recognize this pattern. Even when things are calm, the mind searches for problems. Even when the present is stable, the future feels threatening. Take one slow breath in and let it out slowly. Notice how your body is here. Not in tomorrow, not in next year, just here. One afternoon, An older farmer from a neighboring valley visited Rayan. They walked together along the rows of crops. "You have strong fields," the older man said. Rayan nodded. "Yes," he replied, "but the weather has been unpredictable. It could change at any time." The older farmer looked up at the sky and shrugged gently. "It always could," he said. Rayan frowned. "How can you be so calm?" he asked. "Don't you worry about what might happen?" The older farmer smiled faintly. "I plant when it is time to plant," he said. "I water when it is time to water. I harvest when it is time to harvest. The rest is not in my hands." Ryan shook his head. "That sounds too simple." The older farmer stopped walking. "Life is simple," he said quietly. "It is our fear that complicates it." The words unsettled Rayan. Too simple. Surely it could not be that easy. But that evening, as he lay awake, replaying weather forecasts in his mind, he realized something painful. His worry did not change the sky. His anxiety did not alter the rain. His fear did not strengthen the crops. It only exhausted him. As you lie here tonight, notice if you are trying to forecast your life, predicting outcomes, preparing for disasters, solving problems that have not arrived. Gently return to your breath. Inhale, exhale. You cannot farm tomorrow's storm tonight. In the next part of his story, Rayan will discover that tending the present moment brings more stability than predicting every season. For now, let your body sink deeper. Nothing needs to be anticipated. You are safe in this breath. The next morning, Rayan woke before dawn as usual. For a few moments, lying in bed, his mind began its familiar routine. What if the wind shifts today? What if the rain is too strong this month? What if next year is worse? But something from the older farmer's words lingered in him. I plant when it is time to plant. I water when it is time to water. The rest is not in my hands. Rayan sat up slowly. Instead of walking outside immediately to study the sky, he paused. He felt the wooden floor beneath his feet. He listened to the quiet of early morning. He noticed his breath. It moved steadily, unaffected by forecasts. He stepped into the fields and began his work, not scanning the horizon for danger, just checking the soil, touching the leaves, pulling weeds. When anxious thoughts arose, and they did, he gently brought his attention back to what was in front of him. A small patch of earth that needed loosening, a plant that needed water, a fence that needed repair. He realized something gradually. The field beneath his hands was manageable. The imagined future in his mind was not. Days passed, then weeks. The sky shifted as it always did. Some days were hot, Some were cool. A brief storm came and passed. Nothing catastrophic. Nothing perfect. Just weather. Rayan still felt fear sometimes, especially when clouds gathered thick and dark. But instead of spiraling into imagined disasters, he asked himself a simple question: what can I do right now? If the answer was nothing, he rested. If the answer was to cover a crop or secure a tool, he did that. No more, no less. And slowly, the tightness in his chest began to ease. He noticed something surprising. The harvest that year was not dramatically better than previous years. The weather was not more predictable. But his experience of it was different. He was no longer living in constant anticipation. He was living in participation. As you lie here tonight, notice this gently. You cannot control the seasons of your life, but you can tend the soil of this moment. You cannot guarantee outcomes, but you can respond to what is here. Take a slow breath in and let it out softly. The future is like the sky, vast and changing. But your breath is like the soil, immediate and real. Rayan eventually understood something simple and freeing. He had spent years trying to control the horizon, when all he needed to do was care for what was beneath his feet. And in that simplicity, peace returned. Not because life became predictable, but because he stopped fighting what he could not control. Tonight, you do not need to forecast tomorrow. You only need to rest in this breath. We now move gently into our second story, about a woman who tried to fix every relationship around her until she learned that not every tension requires repair. Let your body grow heavier. Story 2. The Woman Who Mended Every Tear. In a small town where neighbors lived close and conversations traveled quickly, there lived a woman named Mira. Mira was known for one thing above all. She fixed things. If two friends argued, she stepped in to mediate. If family members stopped speaking, she organized gatherings. If tension arose at work, she volunteered to smooth it out. People often said, "Mira will handle it," and she did. At first, this role felt natural. She disliked conflict. Silence between people made her uneasy. Unresolved tension felt like a loose thread she could not ignore. So she pulled at it, carefully, persistently, until it was tied neatly again. But over time, her days became heavy. She would lie awake replaying conversations, wondering if she had said the right words. She carried other people's disappointments like stones in her pockets. If someone remained upset, she felt responsible. If a misunderstanding lingered, she felt she had failed. She believed harmony depended on her effort. Without her intervention, everything would fall apart. Perhaps you recognize this feeling, the urge to fix, to smooth, to solve what is not fully yours. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Notice how your breath does not repair anything. It simply moves. One evening, two close friends of Mira had a serious disagreement. Voices were raised, hurtful words exchanged. As usual, both came to Mira separately. "Can you talk to her?" one asked. "Can you explain to him?" asked the other. Mira agreed. She spent hours listening, analyzing, crafting careful responses. She called one friend, then the other. She tried to reinterpret intentions, to soften accusations, to bridge misunderstandings. By midnight, she felt drained. And still, the conflict remained unresolved. For the first time, she felt something unfamiliar: helplessness. No matter how carefully she chose her words, she could not control how they were received. No matter how gently she reframed the story, she could not erase their hurt. She sat alone in her kitchen long after the calls ended. The house was silent, and beneath her exhaustion, she sensed something deeper, a fear she had never fully acknowledged. If she did not fix things, would people leave? Would relationships break? Would she be abandoned? She realized that her constant mending was not only about helping others, it was about securing her own sense of belonging. If she was useful, she would be valued. If she was needed, she would not be forgotten. As you lie here tonight, notice if you carry the weight of keeping everyone together. Notice if your worth feels tied to being the one who solves. Gently place one hand on your chest. Feel your heart beating. It beats whether you fix anything or not. In the next part of her story, Mira will encounter someone who refuses her help, and that refusal will teach her something she has never considered before. For now, let your shoulders soften. You are not required to mend every tear. A few days after the argument between her friends, Mira approached one of them again. She had rehearsed what she would say. Gentle words, balanced phrases, carefully measured empathy. But before she could begin, her friend raised a hand softly. "Mira," she said, "I know you want to help, but this time, I need to feel this on my own." Mira blinked. "Feel what?" she asked. "The anger," her friend replied. "The disappointment, the confusion. If you smooth it too quickly, I won't understand it." The words struck Mira in a place she had never examined. She had always believed that pain should be reduced immediately, that tension should be dissolved as fast as possible. But what if discomfort had its own purpose? She walked home slowly that evening. The town felt different. Conversations drifted from open windows, some warm, some sharp, some unresolved. For the first time, she did not feel compelled to step into every ripple. She sat on a bench near the center of town and watched people pass. A mother scolded her child gently. Two shopkeepers argued about pricing. A young couple sat silently beside each other, tension visible between them. Life was not perfectly harmonious. It was alive, complex, human, and she noticed something important. None of it required her immediate intervention. That night, when her other friend called again, voice still tight with frustration, Mira listened. She did not analyze. She did not propose solutions. She simply said, "That sounds painful." There was a long pause on the other end, then a quiet sigh. "Yes," her friend admitted. They spoke for a while longer, and when the call ended, the conflict was still not resolved. But something inside Mira felt different, lighter. She had not carried the entire weight of reconciliation. She had allowed space. Over the next week, she experimented. When tension arose at work, she asked herself, "Is this mine to mend?" Sometimes the answer was yes. Sometimes it was no. When two neighbors disagreed loudly in the street, she felt the old impulse to intervene. Her body tensed. Her heart beat faster. But she paused. She took one slow breath. The disagreement eventually softened on its own. Not perfectly, but enough. She realized that not all tears need stitching. Some need time. Some need distance. Some need to be felt fully before they can close naturally. As you lie here tonight, notice if you feel responsible for someone else's emotional weather. Notice if you rush to calm storms that are not yours. Take a slow breath in and let it go. You can care without controlling. You can support without solving. In the next part of her story, Mira will face a deeper test. When someone she loves chooses a path she disagrees with, and she must learn the difference between guidance and interference. For now, let your body sink deeper. Not every silence needs to be filled. Not every tension needs your hands. Several months later, Mira's younger brother came to her with news. He had decided to leave his stable job and move to another city to pursue work that felt uncertain and risky. As he spoke, Mira felt a familiar tightening in her chest. Questions rushed forward. What if it doesn't work? What if you regret it? Have you thought this through? Her instinct was immediate. Protect him, advise him, steer him towards safety. She began listing practical concerns: finances, housing, stability. He listened patiently. Then he said something that stopped her. "I know you want to help, but I don't need you to fix this. I just need you to trust me." Trust. The word landed gently but firmly. Mira realized that sometimes mending was not about stitching wounds. It was about allowing space for growth. Even if growth looked messy, even if it involved risk. She saw clearly then that her need to fix was often rooted in fear. Fear of loss, fear of failure, fear of watching someone struggle. But struggle was part of being human. Just as seasons shift in a field, just as storms pass over a town. She took a slow breath before responding. "I'm afraid for you," she admitted softly. Her brother smiled. "I know," he said, "but I need to walk this myself." Mira nodded. The urge to continue persuading him was strong, but she let it rest. Instead of solving, she listened. Instead of correcting, she supported. When he left weeks later, she felt both worry and pride. She noticed that the world did not collapse because she did not intervene. Relationships did not shatter because she did not control them. People grew, sometimes through discomfort, sometimes through mistakes, and she learned something deeply freeing. She could love without managing. She could care without controlling. She could stand beside someone without steering their steps. Gradually, her days grew lighter. She still offered help when asked. She still cared deeply, but she no longer scanned every room for emotional tears to stitch. Sometimes harmony returned naturally. Sometimes it took time. Sometimes it never returned exactly as before. And that was part of life. As you lie here tonight, notice if you are holding invisible threads, trying to keep everything together. Gently imagine placing those threads down beside you. You are not responsible for weaving the entire world. You are allowed to rest. Take a slow breath in and release it completely. Not every tear needs mending. Not every silence needs filling. Sometimes looks like stepping back and trusting that life can unfold without your constant adjustment. Let your body soften further. We now move into our third story, about a man who believed he had to choose the perfect path in life until he discovered that walking imperfectly is still walking. Let your breath grow steady. Story 3. The Man Who Waited for the Perfect Choice. In a town surrounded by many roads that stretched in different directions, there lived a man named Elian. Elian was thoughtful, careful, intelligent. He believed that every decision shaped the rest of his life, so he treated each choice with enormous weight. When he was young, he stood for months between two possible careers. When he was older, he hesitated years before committing to a relationship. Even small decisions felt significant. Which city to live in? Which opportunity to accept? Which invitation to decline? His friends often told him, just choose. But for Elian, choosing meant closing other doors. And closing doors felt like loss. He feared regret more than failure. If he picked the wrong path, what if he missed the better one? If he committed to one direction, what if another held more happiness? So he waited and waited, studying every angle, reading every possibility, imagining every outcome. But life does not pause while we analyze. Opportunities quietly shift. Moments pass. Seasons change. One afternoon, Elian stood at a literal crossroads outside his town. 4 paths stretched outward. He had been offered work in a distant place. He had also been invited to join a project nearby. And another opportunity waited in a neighboring city. He stood there long enough that the sun began to lower in the sky. His mind ran in circles. What if the distant place is better? What if staying is safer? What if the project fails? What if I regret not going? The more he tried to predict, the more uncertain he felt. His chest tightened. His breath grew shallow. The weight of possibility became almost paralyzing. Perhaps you recognize this feeling, the belief that there is one perfect choice, and that choosing incorrectly will ruin everything. Take a slow breath in and let it out softly. Notice how your breath does not debate whether to enter. It simply moves. As Elian stood there, an old traveler approached the crossroads with a walking stick. The traveler noticed Elian's stillness. "Are you lost?" he asked kindly. "No," Elian replied. "I just haven't decided." The traveler looked at the 4 paths. "They all go somewhere," he said. "That's the problem," Elian answered. "I don't know which is right." The traveler chuckled gently. "Right for what?" he asked. Elian hesitated. "For my future," he said. The traveler leaned on his stick. "You cannot see your entire future from here," he said. "You can only see the first step." Elian frowned. "But what if I choose wrong?" The traveler smiled softly. "You will walk," he said. "You will learn and you will adjust." But Elian was not satisfied. He wanted certainty, guarantee, proof. In the next part of his story, Elian will discover that waiting for the perfect choice often costs more than making an imperfect one. For now, let your body grow heavier. You do not need to decide your entire life tonight. Just breathe. The traveler did not leave immediately. Instead, he sat on a nearby stone and began unwrapping a small piece of bread. Elian remained standing at the crossroads, still trapped inside his own mind. "You seem very certain," Elian said after a while. The traveler shook his head. "I am not certain," he replied. "I am simply moving." Elian felt careless, too relaxed. Life was felt careless, too relaxed. Life was serious. Decisions mattered, and yet the traveler did not appear reckless. He appeared peaceful. Elian realized that what he truly feared was not choosing the wrong path. It was living with imperfection. He wanted a choice that guaranteed no regret, no difficulty, no unexpected turns. But such a path did not exist. The sun had nearly set now. Shadows stretched long across the ground. If he waited any longer, he would be standing in darkness. For the first time, Elian asked himself a different question. Not, which path is perfect, but which step can I take right now? The difference was subtle, but powerful. He noticed that one of the paths, the one leading toward the nearby project, felt quietly alive in his chest. Not dramatic, not overwhelming, just quietly possible. Fear was still present. Doubt still whispered. But beneath them, there was a faint sense of readiness. The traveler stood, brushed crumbs from his hands, and began walking down one of the other roads without further discussion. He did not look back. Elian watched him go. Then he looked again at the path in front of him. He took a breath and stepped forward. The first step felt heavy. The second slightly lighter. By the third, something shifted. The paralysis began to dissolve. He was no longer imagining every future. He was simply walking. As you lie here tonight, notice if there is something you have been postponing because you fear choosing imperfectly. Notice how much energy waiting consumes. Take a slow breath in and release it slowly. Sometimes clarity comes not before movement, but because of movement. As Elian walked, he noticed the world around him more clearly than when he had stood still. Birds settling into trees, the sound of wind brushing through grass, the rhythm of his own footsteps. Something about walking quieted the noise in his mind. The future did not suddenly become clear, but it no longer felt overwhelming. In the next part of his story, Elian will learn that even when paths bend unexpectedly, walking imperfectly still leads to growth. For now, let your breath be steady. You do not need a flawless choice. You only need the next step. As the days passed, Elian settled into the new project. It was not flawless. There were misunderstandings, moments of doubt, small failures that stung more than he expected. At times, his old habit returned. What if I chose wrong? What if another path would have been easier? But something had shifted within him. Instead of freezing in analysis, he adjusted. When a plan did not work, he changed it. When a conversation went poorly, he tried again. When fatigue appeared, he rested. He began to see that choosing was not a single, irreversible act. It was a living process. A path is not a straight line. It bends. It branches. It offers new crossroads along the way. Months later, he ran into the same traveler again, by coincidence, at a small market. "You look different," the traveler observed. "I chose," Elian replied with a faint smile. "And?" the traveler asked. "It wasn't perfect," Elian admitted, "but I'm learning." The traveler nodded. "That is all walking is," he said, "learning while moving." Elian realized then that waiting for perfection had been a way of trying to eliminate discomfort. But life always contains uncertainty. Even the right path includes challenges. Even the best choice includes unknowns. Perfection had never been the goal. Participation was. As you lie here tonight, let this settle gently into you. You are allowed to choose imperfectly. You are allowed to adjust. You are allowed to grow along the way. There is no single, flawless route that guarantees peace. Peace grows from your willingness to walk. Take a slow breath in and release it slowly. The crossroads in your life do not require complete clarity. They require presence. Elian no longer stood paralyzed at every decision. He still reflected carefully. But once he sensed the direction, he stepped. Not because fear disappeared, but because fear no longer controlled him. And in walking, he discovered something unexpected. The path shaped him as much as he shaped the path. Tonight, you do not need to resolve every possibility. You do not need to choose your entire future. You only need to rest. Tomorrow will offer its own step. Now, let your body grow heavier. We move gently into our fourth story, about a woman who believed she had to be productive at all times until her body gently insisted on stillness. Let your breathing soften. Story 4. The Woman Who Could Not Sit Still. In a city that never seemed to pause, there lived a woman named Alina. Alina believed in movement. She believed that time should be used, maximized, optimized. Every hour of her day had a purpose. If she was not working, she was learning. If she was not learning, she was exercising. If she was not exercising, she was organizing something for the week ahead. Her calendar was always full. Her hands were always busy. Even when she rested, she called it productive recovery. Silence made her uneasy. empty time made her restless. If she found herself sitting without a task, her mind would whisper, "You're wasting time. You should be doing something. You're falling behind." Behind whom? She did not know, but the pressure felt constant. Perhaps you recognize this: the belief that worth is measured by output, that rest must be earned, that stillness equals laziness. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Notice how your body does not need productivity to justify its existence. It simply breathes. One evening, after weeks of relentless activity, Alina felt a strange heaviness in her limbs. Not dramatic, not alarming, just exhaustion that no amount of sleep seemed to fix. She ignored it at first, drank more coffee, scheduled more efficiently, pushed a little harder. But her body responded differently. Her focus blurred, her patience thinned, her energy dipped unexpectedly in the middle of the day. Finally, one afternoon, she sat down on her couch with the intention of answering emails. And she did not get back up. Not because she chose to meditate, not because she planned to rest, but because she simply could not move. Her body felt like wet sand, heavy, still. Her mind panicked. "You're being lazy. You're losing momentum. You should stand up." But the body did not respond. For the first time in years, she was forced into stillness. The room was quiet, no notifications, no background noise, just her breath. Inhale, exhale. At first, the silence felt unbearable. Her thoughts raced louder than ever. Regrets, to-do lists, future tasks. But there was nothing she could do in that moment, so she stayed. And something subtle began to happen. The world did not collapse. Emails remained unanswered. The sun continued setting outside. Traffic moved on distant streets. Life carried on without her constant involvement. In the next part of her story, Alina will discover that stillness is not the absence of value, but the ground from which true energy returns. For now, let your body sink a little deeper. You do not need to prove your worth tonight. You are allowed to be still. Alina remained on the couch far longer than she expected. At first, her mind fought against the stillness. It listed unfinished tasks, replayed conversations, calculated tomorrow's schedule. But her body refused to cooperate. Her limbs felt anchored. Her breath, though uneven at first, slowly began to deepen. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. After a while, something unexpected happened. The urgency in her thoughts softened, not because she solved anything, but because she stopped feeding them. Without her immediate reaction, they began to lose momentum. She noticed the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the distant sound of wind against the window, the subtle rhythm of her own heartbeat. These were things she had not paid attention to in years. Her life had been so filled with motion that she had forgotten how to experience simple presence. She realized something quietly startling. Her constant activity had not been driven only by ambition. It had been driven by avoidance. When she was busy, she did not have to feel uncertainty. When she was productive, she did not have to question her worth. When she was moving, she did not have to confront the silence inside. Stillness revealed what movement concealed, and that frightened her. But as the minutes stretched into an hour, she noticed that silence was not empty. It was spacious. Within it, she sensed fatigue she had ignored, sadness she had postponed, a longing for simplicity she had not admitted. Tears rose unexpectedly, not dramatic, just gentle. She allowed them. There was no schedule to interrupt, no meeting to attend, just breath. As you lie here tonight, notice if you are afraid of stillness. Notice if your mind feels compelled to stay busy, even in the dark. Gently allow yourself to pause. You do not need to fill every moment. You do not need to earn rest. Alina began practicing small moments of intentional stillness after that day. 5 minutes without her phone. 10 minutes sitting quietly by the window. Walking without headphones. At first, it felt uncomfortable. Her mind would search for stimulation, but gradually, her nervous system softened. She slept more deeply. Her energy became steadier, not frantic, not forced. She discovered that productivity without rest leads to depletion, but rest without guilt restores balance. In the next part of her story, Alina will face a deeper test. When an important opportunity challenges her to return to old habits, and she must choose between constant motion and sustainable rhythm. For now, let your breathing slow. Let your body grow heavier. You are not falling behind. You are simply here. A few months after her forced afternoon of stillness, Alina received an offer. A major promotion, more responsibility, higher pay. Recognition she had worked toward for years. Her old excitement returned instantly. Her calendar filled before she had even officially accepted. New meetings, new strategies, new goals. She felt the familiar rush, the surge of importance, the validation, and alongside it, the old tension creeping back into her shoulders. Late that evening, she sat at her desk reviewing plans. Her eyes scanned tasks rapidly. Her breath shortened. Her body leaned forward as if bracing against something unseen. She paused. The memory of the couch surfaced in her mind. The heaviness, the silence, the unexpected clarity. She closed her laptop gently, not in rejection of the opportunity, but in respect for her limits. She asked herself a different question than she would have months ago. Not, how much can I take on? But, how can I remain steady? The next day, she accepted the promotion, but with boundaries. She declined unnecessary meetings. She protected small windows of quiet in her schedule. She committed to ending work at a reasonable hour. Some colleagues were surprised. "You're slowing down?" one asked. "No," she replied calmly. "I'm sustaining." And that made all the difference. Alina no longer equated stillness with laziness. She saw it as integration. Movement was no longer frantic. It was intentional. She worked. She rested. She moved. She paused. And gradually, her rhythm felt natural. As you lie here tonight, notice your own rhythm. Is it rushed? Is it pressured? Or is it balanced? You do not need to prove your worth through constant motion. You are not measured by how much you produce. Even the heart rests between beats. Even the lungs pause between breaths. Inhale, pause. Exhale, pause. Life itself contains stillness. Alina discovered that she had not been afraid of sitting still. She had been afraid of meeting herself without distraction. But once she did, she found something surprising. She was enough, even in quiet. Tonight, you do not need to accomplish anything. You do not need to optimize your sleep. You do not need to earn your rest. Let your body soften. Let your breath settle. Stillness is not the absence of life. It is the foundation of it. Now, we gently move into our fifth story, about a man who tried to carry everyone's expectations until he realized that some burdens were never his to lift. Let your body sink deeper. Story 5. The Man Who Carried Too Much. In a village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a man named Darren. Darren was strong, not only physically, but emotionally, reliable, dependable. If something needed lifting, he lifted it. If something needed fixing, he fixed it. If someone needed help, he offered it before they even asked. From a young age, he had been praised for this. You're the responsible one. You're the strong one. You can handle it. And so he did. When his parents grew older, he managed their affairs. When his siblings struggled, he stepped in. When friends faced difficulties, he listened patiently. He rarely said no. He rarely asked for help because somewhere along the way, he began to believe that being needed was the same as being loved. Perhaps you understand this, the quiet habit of carrying more than your share. The fear that if you put something down, someone else will drop it. Darren's days became heavy. He woke already thinking about what others required. He fell asleep, mentally listing responsibilities. He carried not only his own life, but fragments of everyone else's. And at first, he felt proud of this, strong, essential. But slowly, fatigue crept in, not just in his body, but in his spirit. He began to notice a tightness in his chest, an irritability he could not explain, a quiet resentment that surprised him. "I do everything," he would think, "and still, it's not enough." One evening, after helping a neighbor repair a fence and organizing his parents' finances, he walked alone through a wooded path outside the village. The air was cool, the trees tall and steady. He sat on a fallen log, exhausted. For the first time, he allowed himself to feel the weight fully. It was not just physical tasks. It was expectation. Unspoken expectation. The belief that he must always be the stable one, the reliable one, the unshakable one. He realized something gently painful. He had never asked whether the burdens he carried were truly his. He had simply picked them up automatically. As you lie here tonight, notice if you are holding invisible weight, expectations, roles, responsibilities that may not fully belong to you. Take a slow breath in and let it out slowly. You are not required to carry everything. In the next part of his story, Darren will encounter someone who refuses to let him help, and that refusal will open his eyes to something he has avoided for years. For now, let your body sink deeper. You can set things down here. The next week, Darren visited his sister, who had recently started a small business. He arrived, as usual, ready to assist. "I can help organize your accounts," he offered, "or handle supplier calls, or fix that shelf in the back." His sister smiled warmly. "I know you can," she said, "but I need to try this myself." Darren hesitated. "What if it becomes overwhelming?" he asked. She shrugged gently. "Then I'll learn." Her words unsettled him. Learning through difficulty felt unnecessary to him. Why struggle if someone stronger could prevent it? But as he watched her confidently speak to a customer, make a mistake, correct it, and continue without collapsing, something shifted inside him. She was not fragile. She was growing. Later that day, he visited his aging father. Darren automatically reached for a heavy box. His father was trying to move. "I'll do that," Darren insisted. His father placed a firm hand on the box. I can still lift some things, he said quietly. There was no anger in his voice, just dignity. Darren stepped back slowly. He had been protecting his father, but perhaps he had also been unintentionally taking something away, the chance to feel capable. That evening, Darren returned to the wooded path. He sat again on the fallen log. He closed his eyes. He imagined every responsibility he carried, each one like a stone in his arms. Parents' needs, siblings' decisions, friends' problems, work expectations. He felt how heavy they were. Then he asked himself a question he had never dared to ask. Which of these are truly mine? Some stones remained, his own obligations, his own choices, but others felt different. They were rooted in fear, fear that if he did not carry them, something would collapse. Fear that if he stepped back, he would no longer be valued. He realized something deeply honest. He had not only been helping others, he had been protecting himself from feeling unnecessary. Being indispensable had become his identity. But indispensability is exhausting. As you lie here tonight, notice if you feel irreplaceable. Notice if you believe things would fall apart without you. Gently take a slow breath in and let it out slowly. The world is larger than any one pair of shoulders. In the next part of his story, Darren will practice setting down just one burden, and he will discover that strength sometimes means stepping back rather than stepping in. For now, let your body soften. You do not need to hold everything up. The next opportunity to step in came sooner than Darren expected. A close friend called late at night, overwhelmed by a conflict at work. Normally, Darren would immediately offer solutions. He would draft messages, suggest strategies, perhaps even intervene directly. He felt the familiar pull to take control. But this time, he paused. He listened fully. He heard the frustration, the fear, the uncertainty, and instead of saying, "Here's what you should do," he asked gently, "What do you feel is the next step?" There was silence on the other end. Then his friend began speaking slowly, thinking aloud, exploring possibilities, finding clarity. By the end of the call, Darren had not solved anything, but his friend sounded steadier. "Thank you," his friend said. "You didn't fix it for me. You helped me see it." After hanging up, Darren sat quietly in the dark. He noticed something surprising. He did not feel less important. He felt lighter. Over the next weeks, he practiced this intentionally. When someone asked for help, he first asked himself, "Am I supporting or am I controlling?" If support was needed, he offered it. if space was needed, he allowed it. The first time he declined to take on a task that was not his responsibility, guilt rose sharply. His chest tightened. His mind whispered, "You're selfish. You're letting them down." But he stayed steady. He took a slow breath. The feeling passed, and nothing collapsed. Gradually, his body began to feel different. His shoulders loosened. His sleep deepened. His resentment faded. He realized that strength had never meant carrying everything. It meant knowing what was his to carry and what was not. One evening, as he walked again through the wooded path, he imagined setting down invisible stones one by one. He kept only those that truly belonged to him. They were still weighty. Life always is, but manageable, balanced. As you lie here tonight, imagine your own arms. Notice what you are holding. Now gently imagine placing down one burden that is not truly yours. You can still care. You can still love. But you do not need to carry what belongs to another's growth. Darren learned that being needed is not the same as being loved. Love does not require constant sacrifice. It requires presence. And presence is lighter than pressure. He remained dependable. He remained kind. But he was no longer exhausted by invisible expectations. He discovered that when he stopped carrying too much, others grew stronger too. Tonight, you can set something down, just for this moment. You do not need to hold the entire world. Let your body sink deeper. Your shoulders soften, your breath slow. We now move into our sixth and final story before closing, about a woman who feared silence because she believed it meant emptiness, until she discovered that silence is where clarity lives. Let your breathing become soft and steady. Story 6. The silence she tried to escape. In a busy neighborhood where sound never seemed to fade, there lived a woman named Celine. Celine did not like silence. From the moment she woke up, she filled the air, music while getting dressed, podcasts during breakfast, calls while commuting, television in the evening. Even when she prepared to sleep, she played soft background noise. Not because she loved sound, but because she feared what came without it. Years ago, during a difficult period in her life, she had experienced deep loneliness. The silence of her apartment then had felt overwhelming, echoing, heavy. So she began covering it, layer by layer, sound over stillness, noise over emptiness. And over time, she forgot what quiet felt like. Perhaps you recognize this in yourself. The urge to fill every gap, to scroll, to listen, to distract. Take a slow breath in and let it out gently. Notice how your breath makes a soft sound in the quiet, not intrusive, just present. One evening, after a long day, the power in her building went out unexpectedly. No lights, no television, no internet. Her phone battery was nearly dead. Within minutes, the apartment felt unbearably still. The refrigerator stopped humming. The hallway outside went silent. She felt her chest tighten. Her mind began racing. What if this lasts all night? What if something happens? The quiet felt like pressure. She lit a small candle and sat at the kitchen table. For the first time in years, there was no background sound. Only her breathing and the faint crackle of the flame. At first, the silence amplified her thoughts. Regrets surfaced, memories she had avoided, questions she had postponed. She felt restless, unsettled, but there was nowhere to escape to, no sound to cover it. So, she stayed. She placed one hand on the table and noticed its cool surface. She listened closely. The silence was not empty. It contained subtle layers. The distant wind outside, the soft movement of her clothing as she shifted, her own heartbeat. In the next part of her story, Celine will discover that silence does not create loneliness. It reveals what is already within. For now, let your own environment soften. Notice the quiet around you. You are not alone in it. The candlelight flickered gently against the walls. Celine sat still, listening. At first, the silence felt like a void pressing in on her. Her thoughts grew louder in its absence. Memories surfaced without invitation. A conversation she regretted. A decision she questioned. A loneliness she had buried beneath constant sound. Her instinct was to stand up, to move, to find distraction. But the room remained dim and quiet. And so she stayed. She noticed something subtle. The thoughts that felt overwhelming at first began to lose intensity when she did not chase them. They rose, they lingered, they passed, like clouds drifting slowly across a wide sky. She realized that silence had never been the source of her discomfort. It had simply revealed what was already inside. For years, she had believed that quiet created loneliness. But loneliness had been there long before the power went out. Silence had only made it visible. And visibility, though uncomfortable, was not dangerous. She placed both feet flat on the floor. She inhaled slowly. She exhaled gently. The room did not collapse. Her heart continued beating. The world outside continued existing, even without electricity. The silence began to feel different. less threatening, more spacious. She noticed her breathing more clearly than she ever had before. The steady rhythm, the gentle rise and fall. She realized that silence allowed her to hear herself, not the version of herself reacting to noise, but the version beneath it. Calm, aware, present. As you lie here tonight, notice the quiet around you. Even if faint sounds exist, there is space between them. Rest in that space. It does not demand anything from you. Celine sat for a long time that evening. The candle burned lower. The darkness softened rather than intensified. The loneliness she feared began to transform into something else. Solitude. There is a difference. Loneliness feels like lack. Solitude feels like presence. She began to sense that she had been running from her own company, afraid of meeting herself without distraction. But the self she met in that quiet was not unbearable. It was tender, human, real. In the next part of her story, Celine will learn that silence is not something to escape. It is something to return to. For now, let your breath guide you gently. Inhale, exhale. There is nothing in this quiet that can harm you. By the time the power returned late that night, Celine did not rush to turn anything on. The lights flickered back to life. The refrigerator hummed again. Her phone vibrated with delayed notifications, but she left them untouched. She sat for a few more moments in the quiet that had softened her. Something inside her had shifted. Silence no longer felt like emptiness. It felt like space. And in that space, she had discovered something important. She did not need constant sound to feel secure. She needed presence. The following morning, she experimented. Instead of playing music while making coffee, she listened to the simple sounds of water pouring. The soft clink of the cup, the gentle steam rising. Her mind reached for stimulation out of habit, but she breathed through the urge. Later that day, during her commute, she left her headphones in her bag. The city noises were still there, but beneath them, she sensed the same spaciousness she had felt the night before. Not overwhelming, just open. Gradually, she began building small islands of silence into her life. 5 minutes before bed, a quiet walk without her phone, a pause between tasks. She realized something deeply calming. Silence does not isolate you. It connects you to yourself. And when you are connected to yourself, you are less afraid of being alone. As you lie here tonight, notice the quiet again. Even if distant sounds drift in and out, there is a steady stillness underneath. Rest in that stillness. It is not empty. It is alive. Celine eventually understood that she had confused distraction with comfort, but comfort is not noise. Comfort is acceptance. When she stopped escaping silence, she stopped escaping herself, and she discovered that she was not as fragile as she once believed. She could sit, she could breathe, she could exist without filling every space. Tonight, you do not need to escape the quiet. You can rest inside it. Let your breathing slow. Let the room feel gentle around you. Silence is not something to fear. It is something to return to. Now, we gently move toward our closing. Let your body grow heavy. Let your mind soften. Now, the night is quiet around you. The stories have unfolded slowly, like footsteps across soft ground. The farmer who stopped trying to control the sky. The woman who no longer mended every tear. The man who chose to walk instead of waiting for perfection. The woman who discovered the strength of stillness. The man who set down burdens that were never his. The woman who returned to silence and found herself there. Each of them believed, in their own way, that life was complicated. That peace required control. That safety required effort. That rest required earning. But slowly, gently, they discovered something else. Life is not as complicated as the mind insists. The breath is simple. The body is simple. The present moment is simple. It is the stories layered on top that create tension. And tonight, you do not need the stories. You only need this breath. Inhale slowly, exhale gently. Notice how the inhale happens without you forcing it. Notice how the exhale releases without you managing it. You are not holding the sky. You are not stitching the world together. You are not choosing your entire future in this moment. You are lying here, breathing, supported. Feel the surface beneath you. Feel the weight of your body sinking into it. Allow your forehead to soften, your eyes to rest deeply, your jaw to unclench, your shoulders to drop, your hands to relax, your legs to grow heavy and still. Imagine now that all the complicated thoughts of the day are like leaves floating on a stream. You do not need to grab them. You do not need to analyze them. Just watch them drift. The stream flows whether you interfere or not. The night unfolds whether you think about it or not. Let yourself trust this simplicity. You do not need to fix tomorrow tonight. You do not need to perfect yourself before sleep. You do not need to carry anything into your dreams. If a thought appears, let it be. If a feeling arises, let it soften. Return gently to the breath. Inhale, exhale. Life is simple in this moment. There is no decision to make, no burden to lift, no silence to escape. Just this steady rhythm, your heart beating, your lungs moving, your body resting. The mind may try to complicate, but you can choose not to follow. You can rest instead. Allow the simplicity to cradle you. Allow the quiet to hold you. Allow sleep to come without effort. You are not behind. You are not failing. You are not unfinished. You are here, and that is enough. Let the breath grow slower. Let the body grow softer. Let awareness fade gently into sleep. Good night. Rest deeply and trust the simplicity that was always there. you.